Hi, welcome to the February 3rd, 2026 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you can submit questions in advance by emailing clubcubase@steinberg.de or simply ask your questions in the live chat field, and we will go through all the questions chronologically as asked. If you don't see an immediate response to your particular question, I may get behind, and sometimes I may be 20 to 30 minutes behind the live questions. We will, again, go through all the questions chronologically. So if you don't see an immediate response to your question, please feel free to just wait, and we will get through all the questions that we can within 4 hours. And if we could avoid asking the same question repeatedly, that would be appreciated. Just kind of slows down the whole process, allowing us to, and will allow us to get through more questions. When asking questions, if you could specify which, a few things that are helpful, if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running. So if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, Pro, or other Steinberg programs. In addition to the version number, so if you're running 13, 14, or 15, as well as the operating system, so if you're on a Mac or PC. We should have an index of all of the topics that are discussed in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field several hours after the live stream ends. And if you wanted to search for comments or questions and topics have been asked in previous live streams, we're I think over 43,000 different topics. You could go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that site. So once again, cubaseindex.com. Also, we want to give special thanks to two people that serve as moderators, Agent K and Jazz Dude. They're not Steinberg employees. They do it to make it a better community experience, and we appreciate their efforts. We also want to give an extra round of gratitude, express that to Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. It's a wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America. I primarily focus on Steinberg products, and I'm the host today. I'm presenting from just outside of Washington, D.C. area in the United States, and in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you live. And with that, we will go ahead and begin. All right, so we see Stefan Larson checking in from Sweden. Great to see you on. All right, Blue Screen Music asks, is there a way to assign a key command to changing the audio source for a headphone mix? I created one for the main control room outs, but can't figure out how to do something similar for headphones. So I don't think that the, so I'm not sure if it's for the headphone. Okay, so for, let's say, the headphone mix or the Q mix. So I'm not sure if there is a key command for that, but I think we could do it in the MIDI remote. So let me just come over here. Let's look for our control room editor here. Let's see if it's within the control room. All right, so I don't think it's going to be a key command, but what I think we could do is assign the source here within our, so let's say if we go to our control room here, I'm going to go to a MIDI remote device. If you have a MIDI remote device, we could just double click. We could open up the mapping assistant. We could also open the mapping assistant from right here. Let's go to our functions browser. And as we do this, we could just come over, and there's a control room section. So let's say if we go to like the phones section at this point, we could just choose our different monitor. We could choose our different like external input. So I'll assign that. So say for our source. So now we could just say, okay, now I want my headphones to do Q Mix 1. and Q mix 2. But let's say if I was for a Q mix instead of just the phones channel, which is kind of an alternate monitoring, if we go to our Qs, so say I would go to Q mix 1, and then I will select other keys, and I'll say, okay, here I want to just say, we're going to do our monitor mix. I want this to be set to an external input. And let's say I want this to be my cue. So I can now just come over here. All right, so let's say if we go to our phones channel here, and then I switch just by hitting these assigned buttons here, we could just see that we could have our different sources set up. Let's go to Q mix 1. Let me see if I have it activated. Okay. All right, so when we get to Q mix 1, I could now switch between these different sources right here as well. So just by using that. So while there's not a keyboard shortcut, if you have a any MIDI remote device, you could just simply utilize the MIDI remote to switch to sources on either Q mixes or the phones channel as you see fit. All right, so we see Flyvy on. It says he's at his parents' house running some errands. Great to see you back. It's wonderful to be back doing the live streams. Sorry that I missed last Tuesday's live stream. We had a bad snowstorm in the East Coast, and I got stranded in Indianapolis with after being my one day of canceled flights, and my second day I was going back through Indianapolis and had 6 hours of delays, and they finally canceled a flight after midnight. So okay, so that's why we didn't have our live stream last Tuesday. I apologize for that. All right, so Flyv asks, question, how do I speed up my DAW startup time? It's back to scanning VSTs for a little while again. So sometimes when you have a new VST, so depending on the different plugins, how long each plugin takes to verify its license, that could be adding to the time. So sometimes when we're doing that and the program is verifying the license for the plugins, if some of those plugins take longer than usual, that could actually do it. There isn't a setting in Cubase to tell it not to do that, but it's always going to make sure that if a plugin isn't available that you've used in your system, that's installed for the system, that was active in your Cubase setup, that if you open up the project and it doesn't play, that you get the heads up beforehand. So it's probably, there's nothing really to kind of turn on to change that behavior, but it's probably just different plugins and how long they take to check their licenses. And sometimes you may run into this with plugins that are utilizing iLock. So maybe sometimes having the iLock manager open, if it doesn't have to kind of do that in the background as much, that might speed things up a little bit as well. All right, so we see Roland Stuff. Great to see you on. Says, hi, Greg. It's great to have the live stream back. Hope you're well. I'm saying hi from Sussex, England in advance. I'll be out for a couple hours, so hope to catch up later. Thanks for the well wishes. And it's wonderful to be back. All right, we see Millard Brown on. His question is, Greg, is there a way to move my VST3 folder from my terribly overloaded C drive, Win10, Cubase 15, to another drive? It's at C Program Files Common Files /VST3. So generally the VST3 plugin folder isn't that large because, you know, they're just basically almost like driver files. Now the content that's associated with those particular plugins, most plugins and most companies that have content, what you could do, and I'll show you how Steinberg handles this, is when we go to the Steinberg Library Manager, we could choose just to take like, and this is always, you know, so like while we look at like, you know, Groove Agent may be like, you know, 700 megabytes, its content may be like 30 gigabytes. So what you could do is just come over here and generally it's the content that takes a lot of the space on your system. So if we want to just come over, you could choose to select all of the content if it's in that particular folder itself and say, okay, I want to take this, and we could move that to an external drive. I would recommend that you actually keep the VST3 plugins. And again, the VST3 plugins themselves aren't terribly large in size, but content for particular plugins can be. So I would separate the content for a plugin from the actual plugin file, which is what resides in the VST3 folder that you mentioned, and perhaps try moving that content from your C drive to an external drive or to another drive on your system. All right, we see Sabatino Studio says, hello everyone from cold Orlando, Florida. Is OS 26 supported yet? So yes, so on the Mac OS, which is Tahoe, so Cubase is supported for that. I think I may have just pulled up the website where you could actually just search for product compatibility. So you see 14041, current, and Cubase 15. All of these are Wavelab family, VST Connect, VST Instrument. So just about everything is ready. All the core applications are ready to go for Tahoe. Now, if your audio interface, check with third-party plugins, check with your audio interface drivers, your MIDI interface, all that stuff to make sure it's fine. But all the Steinberg software, you're in good shape. All right, and the next question Vinny Sabatino has is, modulator presets are missing. How do I get them back? Let me know, because if there's usually reinstalling will get the modulators. So let's say if I just come over here, let me know if it's a particular modulator that you're running into. Because if we come over here, we could, someone will have, different presets. So when you come over to load preset, let me just do a different modulator. It might have, I think your set modulator will have presets. All right, and let me just see if they show up in MediaBay as well. Yeah, if you want, Vinny, if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'm happy to kind of dig up where the modulator presets are, and then I'm happy to send those to you. But often, kind of a reinstall should automatically do that. But let me just see if we come over here to. If we do this, if we could find the location for the presets. But not every modulator will have presets, so let me know if it's one particular modulator or every modulator is not having presets. A lot of times the presets may be just kind of like this, and then perhaps you can save a preset. So if I come here, let's say I want to save that as a preset. So now if I wanted to come over here and then let's load a preset, we can see that. So let me know if there's like particular modulators that you're not seeing presets, and I could check to see if none of the modulators have presets. So I know that the step modulator has presets, but like the LFO may not. So Great to see Jazz Dude on. Okay. All right, great to see Taylor on from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. All right, so we have music for World Peace Records as when tempo detecting MIDI from an instrument does a basic detection at the start of the MIDI event or the transient of the audio produced by the instrument. So I think it's going to be just the MIDI event itself. So, but we'll just do a quick test. I have a file for this. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Yeah, this one. Okay, so let's say we listen to. So I'm going to create a MIDI track that's not assigned to anything. Or we could create a virtual instrument. We'll add an instrument track here. And I will assign it to no instrument. I will copy this particular MIDI event down. I will erase this event here. So this, as we play, there's no instrument assigned to it. So when I go to do my project menu to the tempo track, and we do a tempo detection, it will automatically do the tempo detection based upon the MIDI events, not the audio signal generated from the MIDI events. So just from the MIDI events, as we can see right there. All right, wonderful to see Jan from Cubase Index on. Just wishing everyone. All right, we see Craig Sibley's made it. Met him at the NAMM show. Okay, so we see, and Craig's question is, I'm new to Cubase. I've often thought about a great feature would be to have a gain nudge whereby all tracks could be raised and lowered by a dB amount. I can explain why this is useful. So if we want to go into, so first off, we can come over here, and I think that there's what we call a project logical editor preset. So let me just come over here. I'll show it with audio first. Okay, let me just. All right, so if we want to select like all of the audio events, so we have what we call kind of like almost a often referred to as clip gain, where we could adjust kind of the amount and adjust the gain on particular events. So if we want to adjust that, we could come over and just say, okay, I want to take, let's go to like our project logical editor, and I think there's presets in this for this. So one is, I just want to come over here. Let's just do a key command first. So we'll go to under your Cubase menu to key commands, and then I think if we look at increment event volume, so this would do for the events. This may not work for particular MIDI event. So say I have this as Command Option Shift plus the up key. And then I think I had this, so you could increment and decrement volume. So if I have these events selected, I could increment using that command or decrement the volume. So let's say if I come over here, we could choose, let me just check if I assign the decrement. Okay, so let's say I'll assign this to, so now I could take my event volumes. So this is kind of before it hits the channel, and I could just adjust accordingly. Now, if we wanted to adjust kind of like the mixer faders for automation, that's when we could utilize the project logical editor. So we could come over here and say, okay, I want to take my media type is equal to automation, and we could say let's trim, and we'll say increment volume in dB. So now when I like have my mixer tracks here, so let's say if I have these selected, and I could just come over here and we could increment the automation. So if we have automation on those particular tracks, let me just, so now I could just take the automation on those particular tracks and increment, and we could or also choose to decrement. So if you have like a lot of MIDI stuff, if you're doing more orchestral mock-ups, you could just then take all of the automation and lower the selected tracks by 1 dB here. So you can see that kind of, you know, so once you have your automation in, we could increment and save that as a preset so that we could apply. So we can see the first two channels here. We could increment by 1 dB the automation or decrement by 1 dB. And we can do that for all selected channels too. So as long as we have kind of automation in it. So once you write one value of automation, you can do that. Or if it's already rendered as audio, just simply use the increment decrement volume key command function. Great to see you on the live stream. It's wonderful to meet you at the NAMM show. All right, so we see music for World Peace Records says feature request enable simultaneous multiple backup locations for auto backup. So I mean so I guess I could pass that along, but you know, when you're doing the backup, so, you know, sometimes if you have, you know, 400 audio files, so if you do a backup of the project, you know, often you'd want that at the same particular location, I would think. So if you're backing up the project because you may not want to physically move, like every time you back up to a different location, I'm not sure if you wanted all of the audio files in that particular project to go to the new location. So to do that, if you're not aware and are new to Cubase, you could choose to back up project, and that would prompt you to find an empty folder for that. And that would move all of the particular files to the new folder. I mean, so you could do that twice, which would take just the same amount of time to do that, to choose two different folders, one at a time versus two folders, and then backing it up. So, you know, often why it's not automatically going to multiple locations is, you know, it could take longer depending on how many projects you have, how many audio files are being moved, if you have samples that are utilized within the project. So that may take longer than expected, but I'll pass it along as a feature request regardless. All right, wonderful to see Randy Lee music on. All right, and we see Taylor is also in our feature request for superimpose audio over MIDI. It would be helpful if melody is played on a keyboard. You want to match the played pitches without ear training. So one thing that you could do, because generally like the audio and MIDI will be a bit separate, but let me just show you one trick that you could do and like if you're doing kind of vocal tuning, something that's helpful is a feature that's utilized inside of VariAudio. So if I come over here, let's get to the VariAudio, and I'll just take this to full screen. All right, so one of the things is we could have a MIDI reference. Like I say, I want to see the piano here. So now when I do this, I could use the reference pitches of the piano to determine, like, okay, this is within the chord, this note is within the chord, this note isn't within the chord, so maybe I'll move this up so we could kind of see both, but, I'll pass it along, but sometimes it's hard to, envision like the audio editor that's taking away visually from the MIDI from the MIDI like piano roll editor as well, where it could be distracting, but I'll mention it as well. All right. Okay, come through questions. All right, wonderful to see Beverly Beatty on. Hope you're well. She's watching from Manchester in the United Kingdom. All right. All right, and we have Fednov Stanislav joining from Moscow. Thanks for being online with us. We have Russ Steele joining from Baltimore. All right, so we have Alex joining from Mojave, Arizona. Great to see you on. Right, Tim Weinheimer says, hi, Greg. It's great to see you made it home from NAMM. Yeah, it took a little while. Took a couple extra days, but it's great to hang out with you at the NAMM show. All right, so we have Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat buddy is waving a paw hello to my cat Steven, who's napping upstairs on the couch, and other pets, including Mark Raven's dog Stella. All right, we have Dennis Keyboards Covers sending greetings from the Netherlands. Ricky Terra says, can you teach MediaBay search logical and attributes, like in-depth ways to search in tagging? Okay, so when we go to MediaBay, MediaBay is going to be kind of like, a purpose-built database for relevant files that will be inside of Cubase. So let's say I was looking for, and we could look at the different file types that are supported here. So let's say I was looking for just a project file, and we could choose where we want this project file to look. Do I want it to look for project files in my computer or just in VST Sound, user content? And user content's often going to be like plugin presets that users make, factory content. So I'm just going to check this computer. So let's say I'm looking for a project file that has the word NAMM in it. So now at this point, we can see every one that has like, a NAMM as part of the name of the particular file. So let's say I'm looking for, and I want to keep this kind of going for everything. I'm looking for, let's say, I want to find a VST sound in Amped Electra. So let's say I'm looking for kind of a clavinet or clean. So as I just kind of start typing, we could say, okay, or in my VST sound, there's this one preset I really liked. It was called Silk Roads, spelled R-O-A-D-S. So I want to type in silk. Then I could see everything that has the word silk kind of tagged into it. and then Rhodes. And then I could just, okay, there's that patch. I don't, when I look at it, we can see it's a keyboard. Now I could just double click and we can see it's a keyboard. It's Silk Roads. We have a rating and what instrument that particular sound what instrument will play that particular sound. So if you're just looking, for a particular file, now you could also say, okay, I'm looking for, and then we could clear our different areas. So say I'm looking for an electric bass sound. So I can say, okay, let's go to electric bass, and I want it to be for rock music. Then I could just come over here and find all of but I want this to be only like a plug-in preset. So I'll just come over here. And now I could find all of my rock bass, all my rock electric bass. So you could, and then if you wanted to, you could just come over here and you could switch to have different kind of searchable parameters here. So if you say, okay, I want to go to blues rock and I want it to be electric, I could just come over and see all of my particular sounds where I'm looking for a drum loop. I'm looking for, now if we have our own sounds and samples and we want to do tagging on them, if we open up the right zone of the MediaBay, at this point we could actually apply different tags to our files. So to do that, we would click on the little settings guide here, and there's lots of different tags that could be like standard metadata tags for for presets or audio files or different styles of genres for like an MP3. Now if you want to have a particular tag, so let's say, okay, I went through a bunch of, I used this, and this could be including the song. So I know a lot of my synth friends, like one of their big things, their big faux pas is never to use a preset and never to use a sound a second time for an artist. So I know like in Stevie Wonder's camp, if they used a sound once before ever in a song, they're not going to use that sound, that keyboard sound ever again. So they want a fresh new sound for each new song, something unique. So you could actually come over here and click on the plus, and then you could add your own user attributes. So you can say, okay, I want to do text, and was this, used on this song, this album, but you could also just say, was this terrible? And we could just say yes, no if you wanted to, or search by number. So we could now have our own attributes and be able to search by attributes, by our own user attributes as well. So if we come over here, we can see, I think it will just show up under musical, but now when we just come over here, we could just see terrible, and we could just say yes, no, and you could have your own user attributes. So it allows you to kind of surgically filter and find the existing sound. So if it's a preset, an effects chain preset, an audio file, a project, all those things you can narrow down very quickly using the MediaBay. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, we have Uno Momento joining from Finland. All right, we have Daniela joining from Bochum, Germany. All right, so Contras Power 6302 asks, can you please explain MIDI effect section in Groove Agent, like rudiments, types, flam, MIDI delay? Okay. So jump back. All right, so I'm going to come over. So let's look at our All right, so we have a Groove agent open here. All right, now we could go to MIDI effects section. So I'm going to just activate this, and then we have different rudiments. So now we could have a flam. So we see I'm going to hit the note once. Now that I turn the MIDI effect on to the rudiment section, we could have a flam. So if I wanted that to be tighter or farther apart, we could also kind of humanize it so it's not totally. So if you want to do like the dynamics where it gets louder. Now there's other types of rudiments. So if you want to do like stick drags, if you want to do. And let's get to raw. And we could just adjust our time. And we could sync that to, I want that to be 64th notes. And it's only doing this because I have that snare drum selected, but when I hit my kick, that's not affected. And if we want to also just do like a buzz, so we could do that. So that's some of the rudiments section. Now if we go to like our MIDI delay, and say I want a 16th note delay, so we could have that not synced to the project tempo. We could say, okay, how many repeats do I want? I want 4 repeats. Do I want to get louder over time? And let's adjust the pitch. So if you want to, kind of slow it down or play back at the normal. So that will allow you to do some more kind of realistic, typical kind of drum rudiments and effects that you could add if you want to do stuff for utilizing for like note repeats on hi-hats and R&B music. It's a great way to do that as well. All right, so we have Klaus joining from Malmo, Sweden. All right, so we see from Beverly Beatty says, Greg, can you go over VariAudio, how to make a more natural, smoother transition from note to note rather than the share effect, particularly if a significant pitch jump? All right, so one of the things that's really helpful with VariAudio, and we'll show this here, is there's 2 different modes of of tools once we're in VariAudio. So I'm going to come over here. Let's make sure this project is activated. All right, so I'll turn off my MIDI reference. All right, so, and we see kind of like our smart controls. So one of the ones that we're going to have is, I always like to show all of the smart controls, and this will come in handy. So let's say a lot of the problems, so say if we listen. All right, so like when we have kind of more legato phrases that are held here, now when we hover over particular notes, we will see all these different nodes, and these are increased when we show all versus default mode. So we have fewer modes, fewer kind of controls here. So switch this to show all of the smart controls. So instead of having to constantly switch between different tools, we can come here. Now, one of the things, is if you want something to sound very kind of, robotic sounding, is coming over and just making sure that you don't go crazy with, if we come here to the center, we could straighten the pitch. If we do this, this would be kind of very robotic and like the famous Cher song, which was done in Cubase. All right, now if we want that to be more natural sounding, we would leave the natural vibrato in. All right, so now when we do this, so if we wanted to tame vibratos, let's say this word has a little too much vibrato, you could do that. Now, the tricky thing can often be working the transitions. So my bottom node here would place these notes, and that would move them closer to the pitch center like that. So as we do that, we can move that, and if we wanted to go to the top center, that's where we get rid of the vibrato. Now the vibrato can sound weird when it's transitioning between different notes. So when we see and we hover over, we see this little triangle here. So we can set the range. So I can say just for the transitions of the notes, I want those transitions to be a little, to not be affected when I do the straighten pitch. So now I'm going to straighten the pitch, and we'll see that where these little transitions aren't going to be affected. So I could then straighten the pitch and not worry about the beginning and end of the different sections. So I can have that natural transition to the note. So again, that's just moving the little triangle over. Now we could also just say, like if we look at this note, we could say this note is tending to drift flat at the very end, maybe where the vocalist is losing support of their diaphragm and is go, something like that. So we have this little triangle, and what we could do with this triangle now is I can move this, and if I go to like the right edge here, I can raise the pitch just from that one particular point without affecting the other pitch. So if we move this kind of closer, I could grab the upper handle here and adjust the transition just on that segment, not for the entire segment, but just the beginning or end. Now at the bottom here, we could adjust your formants. So if you want to adjust the formants, like if you've gone like moved it a pitch, like 6 or 7 semitones, and it sounds like the character of the voice has changed, you could adjust the formants. In the bottom right hand corner, you could adjust the volume. So if you're hearing like one word is just kind of popping out or it's not loud enough, you could just say, let's just raise the volume of that one little segment right there. So try, making sure that you have all of the smart controls visible. Use the little triangles for the note transitions, and if you needed to take like the little center diamond and move that over, you could also just kind of adjust the pitch transitions right there if you wanted to and needed to. So let me know if that's okay for you, Beverly. All right, wonderful to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. He just says, hope NAMM was fun. Howdy to the Cubase Nation. Hope everyone's keeping warm in the cold. So yeah, had a great time at NAMM's, meeting many users and getting to hang out with my colleagues from Germany, which is always a wonderful time. All right, so we have a question from Ezru1, says in Logic Pro, when we use track stacks as selected tracks become subfolders of a new main routed track, can we do it in Cubase for visual organization and for collective processing at one? So let's say I want to do just a new project here. I'll create empty. right, so I'll just add a All right, so let's say I have a couple of instruments here. Let me just load up. All right, and so let's say if I want to make a track stack of kind of both of these, so we'll come over, just make sure. So now. And I'll just add one more, like maybe a string sound. All right, so now. All right, so now when we select all of these, all right, and we see that all of them are sounding. So if I just want to come over here, one of the things that you could do is just say, and it's a macro that you could use. You could just say selected tracks to new folder and add group. All right, so let's say we'll call this our synth stack. All right, so now when I come over here, we could just give this name as well. So now all I have to do is just come right over here and I have one track that's visible, a folder track that's containing all of those. They're all being routed out to a group channel. So if you wanted to do processing on just a group channel, you can come right over here and just do processing on all of those together as one single entity. So again, that macro, once you have those tracks selected, what you want to do is just select those particular tracks. If you go to edit to macros, selected tracks to new folder and add group channel. And then you could just close that folder, and then as soon as you select that track, that folder, then it's going to be playing for you. All right, we see Beverly Beatty just says she's using Cubase Pro 15, so that's great. Okay, Cosmolite Music asks, question, I have a Mac with Cubase 14 AI. I'm trying to use Hallion that's bundled, but it was not as it was before. Add plugin, pick preset. It is raw Cubase 14 AI. So try, to make sure when you come over here, if we go to, there's a couple ways of doing it. One is, if we come over to your MediaBay, we could just say, you'll see your VST instruments. Let's come here to Hallion Sonic, and then you'll see kind of all of your different presets that are available for you. So say, okay, let's come over here, and we want to go to Triumph. So now we could select that, and as we come over here, so and then we could navigate back, so we'll see kind of the different instrument types that are available here. So you can say, okay, let's go to FM Lab, and I want the classic Ballantines piano. So double click on it from your MediaBay. You could also just say we want to add an instrument track. So let's say we go to Hallion Sonic SE. Once the instrument is open, you could just see all the different instrument categories here. You could also just search and just say, oh, I'm looking for a brass sound. And then this would be all of the folders that would have a brass sound. So you say, okay, I'm looking for trombone. So I want to come over here. There's my trombone. And now. And that's how you could load up sounds in different ways. So let me know if that works for you. All right, Braxel1 asks, hi everyone, and Greg, can you tell me how accurate the calculating is for hardware inserts when you click the button to set the delay for it? When I see the channel latency, I take it Cubase is auto-calculated. So, you know, for software plugins, Cubase, like the first time that you open up Cubase, you'll see it go through, you know, like it'll cycle through the plugins, and it's actually kind of testing the latency of each particular plugin. And when we go to your VST plugin manager, we come over here that, you know, when we look at a particular plugin, we could see exactly how much latency each plugin introduces into. So if I come over here to my VST effects, we can say, okay, my amp simulator, that's 0. Let's come over to an envelope shaper. That's going to be 96 samples. So you can see the latency, and Cubase knows what the latency is of the software plugins because it's already been calculated. But with hardware, depending on the hardware routing, so if we go to your audio connections menu and we choose our external effects here, and basically what we do is say we're going to take the output from our audio interface into our effect, and then we'll feed it back in. So let's say, okay, I want to do that with my lexicon reverb. So I'm going to have latency on the way out. It's going to be fed into an effects device. That effects device itself, especially if it's a, you know, not an EQ or compressor, but if it has a reverb, if it has a digital conversion stage, that processor is going to add latency. And by time the output of the hardware unit gets connected to the input, the return bus of the audio interface, that delay time may be calculated. You know, that's going to impose a delay time. So once we come to a particular audio track or where we have an external effect, what we could do is just come right over here and say, okay, we go to the external plugins. I want to use my lexicon. I paid a lot of money for it. I want to use it. And then we calculate the delay. And then Cubase knows how much to do delay compensation for that. So if you changed your buffer size and your audio interface, you may have to recalculate that delay because that would change the overall delay of the signal path as well. So if you do like buffer size changes, but once you calculate the delay, it's going to just kind of ping the system and measure how much of that round trip latency is needed to incorporate that with whatever patch bay, whatever hardware, whatever digital to analog and analog to digital converters are needed if the unit is digital, and will automatically compensate for it. And you'll find it's very accurate. Okay. Wonderful to see John Costigan joining from Kenosha, Wisconsin. We see Peter from Montreal. All right, we see Nico Thomason. Let me see if I could translate what he said here. Make sure I'm not missing something. I usually have a Google Translate open. Okay, this is Oispa Kalja says, I wish I had a beer. All right. Okay. All right, so Michael Teams is giving Bratman Studio 1 gallon of strawberry ice cream. All right, Peter just says, so nice to have you back, Greg. So yeah, I missed doing the live streams. So it's great to be back. Felt bad I got stranded last week. All right, so we see from the Coast cover band says, hi Greg, in Cubase 15 Pro, the VCA fader is not recognized on the Soft 2 console Mark III. Is there any other way in Cubase? I mean, an alternate to a VCA fader. Greetings from the Netherlands. So let me see if I come over. I will, let me just add some audio tracks here. Okay, I will go to my MIDI remote and I'll just set this to mixer. All right, so let's say if I come over here. All right, so we have let's say we have a bank here. I'm going to add a VCA fader to these 3 tracks. So it could be just their implementation. It doesn't include it, but let me just try with the remote here. So I'm going to add a VCA track to the selected tracks. Okay, so now let's come over here. I'm going to move, just take my mix console here. And you can see that now when I adjust my fader here, that the VCA is automatically just linked right here. So just using the generic, using the MIDI remote, the VCA fader is already implemented. So you might be able to, I'm not sure if you're probably using kind of the custom script that the SoftTube console has. But if they have a MIDI remote, you could remap the MIDI remote. So I just have it under here with my, Korg Nano control that this channel is controlling. Like, so I do that. If I select this channel, we can see that fader is controlling that. I'll move up here. And when I go to the VCA fader, I just move that fader and that's automatically controlling the VCA fader. So it's going to be probably an implementation, not on the Steinberg side, but on the SoftTube side. So you could probably remap your SoftTube to work as a MIDI remote, which gives you a tremendous amount of flexibility, or reach out to SoftTube and say, sometimes certain companies just only support audio and instrument tracks. So it may not support VCAs, but reach out to them and see if they could implement it with their particular system, but it's easy to do. All right, we have Jack Bourne Official. He says howdy from NH, so maybe New Hampshire. Don't want to assume it's not a different country. All right, so you see Alex says, ended up getting Wavelab inspect layers after the end of the demo, yet I keep getting ARA Wavelab inspect layers not found messages despite deleting them. Also, 2 projects no longer load at all. What to do? So, generally once you have like an audio event here, so I'm not sure if you delete it. So I keep getting ARA Wavelab. So let's say if I just come here to, and I just grab like random loop. All right, so as soon as I have like an event here, so if they're installed, you should be able to go to Wavelab, and then when you double click, that makes that particular, so now when you do this, it should open it in Wavelab. If I say no extension, we should be able to open it I'm going to choose spectral layers. So now when I double click to open the event in the sample editor, it's in spectral layers. So usually when you install the spectral layers should work, both should work as ARA extensions. Make sure that, check the licensing and make sure that it's, if you deactivate the trial version licenses in the Steinberg Activation Manager, maybe it's something with that. But if you want to send me an email, you could reach me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. If you want to share a project, I'd be happy to look at it for you. All right. Peter's received 1 gallon of peach cream ice cream from Michael Teams. All right, Uno Momento wants people to whack the like button. So War Walker says, hey Greg, hope all is well. When I record a performer via VST Connect in my project, that recording is completed. Should I then remove the VST Connect from the project to remove latency? So it's not going to be really required to have the VST Connect. So obviously if it's still loaded, it may be calculating the latency of the path. So you could just simply go to your VST Cloud menu and just remove the VST Connect. Once you have the audio recorded, then you don't need it anymore, and that should reduce your latency. All right. Michael Teams says, howdy Greg, is there a way to connect loops or samples from 4/4 to 5/4 or 6/4? So let's say I have kind of just a generic, just go to like drum loop. Let's see if we can find something here. So there isn't a way to kind of automatically do it based on kind of the content of the loop. So let's say if I come here, so let's say we have, so that's in 4/4. So if I wanted to do this in 3/4, I would probably just come over, grab my range tool, and just gonna hit Control or Command Shift X, and now we could have this in. So if we repeated that, we could have this in 3/4. So you might have to manually, but let's say we want to do 5/4 or 6/4. So often what I may do if it was going to be, depending on how you wanted to do it. So let's say if I have my loop here, so let's say we have 4 measures here and I want to turn this into, let's see if we just take this one particular beat, and I'm going to hit Command D. Let me just, I could switch this. I think if we go to shuffle, let's see. So you might have to kind of just manually create, let's just come here. So now I could repeat this and have that as kind of 5/4. So you could kind of manually rebuild it for, different, but there's no kind of automatic like, oh, now I'm just going to type in 7/8 and this audio loop is going to convert. You'd have to kind of take different parts out or copy different parts to make it fit within a different time signature. All right, so we see Papa Vol from New Jersey, but works in New York City, if memory serves me right. It says, Greg, I've created a custom keyboard shortcut Shift Y for the create sampler track function, but it doesn't do anything when I select a sample in MediaBay. Right-clicking and choosing the command, right-clicking and choosing the command works, but the shortcut isn't working. So I don't think that that is. So if I come here, if I wanted this in the sampler track, there is a create sampler track there. But I think when we do the create sampler track from the keyboard shortcut, that what it's going to do is just come here and it's probably just creating a sampler track that is empty. That's probably what the key command is doing. Let me just check. Okay, so let's see if I come here. All right, so we see audio to create a sampler track, and under media. Okay, so I'm going, so there's two create sampler track functions. So let's say if I come here. So if we do the one from the media, so if I come here, I'm going to hit command, I'm going to add from the audio, and you may have to just come over here, and that would create the sampler track. But if I now come over here and hit the create sampler track from the media menu, then that's automatically created. So make sure that you have the correct key command. And as we see this here, under media, make sure that that is the correct, that is the key command that you have assigned. And I think once you do that, then you'll be okay, but not from the audio. All right, so we see from Alexa, Alex Ahmed just says, is there any way to get a drum map and a drum track with the drum machine instead of using the pattern or MIDI event type? Okay, so let's come over here. Let me just try to add a drum track, and instead of it defaulting to a pattern, I'm going to select this to a MIDI part. I'm going to load up a preset. Okay, so
I'm not quite sure I caught all that. Are you looking for a way to add a drum track to your project without using patterns?
Sorry, my Alexa is listening in. Sorry about that. Let me mute.
Was that for me?
Sorry, my Alexa is listening in, wanting to do my live stream for me. All right, so let's say we have this. So let's say if we come over, all right, so we have MIDI part. All right, so we have, all right, let me see if I do it, and I'll take a different approach and see if we convert like an event into it. So it doesn't look like we have, let me add an instrument track here quickly. Okay, and then under the routing, we have like the drum map option, but that's not available. All right, so let me add it may be like an extra step, but we'll try a different approach here. So let's say we add a drum track. All right, let's make it into a pattern event. Come here. Okay, I'm going to drag. Let's get to our pattern editor. And if I just drag this, and let's see what happens if we convert this to a MIDI part. Yeah, still doesn't seem to, and I think, perhaps maybe the logic is, if we come back, let me erase this event. I'll mention that because I can see where that could be useful. But if we now, let's say if we're on our drum machine, we go back here, that all the sounds are automatically kind of laid out for you, automatically loaded in the pattern editor right here, as opposed to the drum machine. I think more people are taking the drum machine or utilizing VST instruments in the pattern editor as well. But yeah, it doesn't look like you could get the names like to a drum map, but I'll bring that to their attention. All right, so Craig Sibley just says increment decrement is great. Thank you. I find that when using large number of orchestral plugins, I'm soon spanking the stereo bus too hard. This will fix the issue. Yeah. And it just says amazing that Logic doesn't have this feature. So yeah, that should be good for that use case. And we hope you're feeling better, Craig, that you survived your anthrax okay. I think I've only gotten it once out of 33 years. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped on me. All right. All right, Drowsy Eternal asks, is there a way to make the limit on the amount of effects tracks I can have limitless? Maybe 256 effects tracks. Let me just see. Let me just see how many it will allow me to add at once. I'll just do a new project here. And I guess that you could, if you run out, so let's say we're going to add, you could always use group tracks with an insert as well. So let's see. All right, so it looks like 100. All right, so we'll go for so it looks like 64 effects tracks. But if you want to add, groups and put groups on them, you could, send to group tracks in the same way as you wanted to. But, let me know if you need more than 64 effect sends active at once. All right, Michael Teams says, how's the Stream Deck program coming along? So I had discussions about it at the NAMM show with one of the developers who is doing she was part of the team that was working on the MIDI remote. He was on vacation for last week and this week, so I think we have a meeting scheduled where I go over it to him on detail probably next week when he's back from vacation. So as soon as I have more information, giving them kind of Steinberg first dibs on it. All right, so Wolfie says, when we add custom themes and in high resolution screens, the logos are blurry. So, everything, so there are, if you come over to like your settings and you could say, let's go to like general colors. So if you want to, use different color schemes, if you want it to be kind of very bright, if you want the background to be very bright, you could come over and have, different themes for that. Usually, Cubase will do, supports high DPI and Retina screens. So, make sure that the resolution that you're running is agreeable with your video card. But, it does support high DPI. So if you come over to like your preferences, if you're on like Windows, it'll be under, I think now it's going to be under, so when you go to, I think it's going to be under event display, maybe. But on the Windows platform, I think it's going to be, but make sure that you have the high DPI adjusted, but you shouldn't see any kind of blurry things. Let's come over here, and it might be, and check your application scaling. But you could, on a Windows platform, set it to use high DPI. And there are kind of different color schemes here that you could use. So if you're visually impaired, you could adjust accordingly. Or just tweak it to how you like it. All right, so Conscious Power says, I want to create a toggle between snap type of grid relative and grid plus cursor. Is this possible? If not, a request to bring these type of toggle functionality. So let's come over here. So when you go to grid, I think that we could cycle between the grids. So let's come over here. And I think that there might be like a set next grid type. Sorry, let me just go to the key commands. So you could, have, obviously, so there's kind of the select next and previous. You could select, so at this point, I could, and you could probably make a max. So let's say if I come here, I could just say, I want to go back and forth between, let me just set my snap type, sorry about that. All right, so say you want to snap type between grid relative and grid plus cursor. Yeah, so I mean, if we come over here, so we could, do next and previous on 2 different keyboard shortcuts. So let's say if I have that set as my key command, so it's not going to be so let's say if you want it to be relative and grid plus cursor. So I mean, you could set them for 2 different ones, but there's always going to be people that want to toggle back and forth between different selections as well. I'll mention it, but since you could do that and easily have access to it all with different key commands, it's so not everyone wants to toggle back and forth between different between the same snap types. All right, so we see from Taylor, says, I wasn't aware the MIDI reference in VariAudio. Is this in Cubase 12 or only in the later versions? I believe it was introduced in Cubase 10 when VariAudio got its kind of revamp. All right, so we see contrast power. Says when you click on the listen button, is output the same as solo? That includes group, parallel, master bus processing. So it can. I'll just show you. So, but the listen bus doesn't necessarily solo the tracks, but it could be used to dim tracks. So let's say if I'm here in this particular project, and I will set all of my drums to a group, and we'll put some group processing on it. All right, so say if I'm here, all right, so we have lots of compression on the drums. So when I click on the L button, and the L button is used in conjunction with the control room, we have a listen dim amount. So if I listen, I still hear the other tracks, and we could adjust how much that dims down. So if you have the listen dim set all the way to 0, then it's like solo. But if I just click on L now and I have this down, I could hear that with all of its processing, and we could choose whether that's going to be, when we come over here, whether you want that to be after fader listen mode or not. So this is going to say hear that in context, but also something that's helpful is if I come over here, let's say I have all my drums going to an effects track. So let's put a reverb on there. All right, so we will go ahead and so say I want to take my snare track here. So now when I click on listen on the effects track, so usually when we solo the effects track, it's going to solo the source tracks that are being fed to it as well. So let's say when the snare kicks back in here. So the actual source track, but if I wanted to just isolate just the reverb, So we could just also come over here and just kind of audition just the tracks that are being fed to the effects. But so it's going to be different than solo in that it can dim the other tracks, whereas the solo is going to mute all the other tracks. All right, so we see Elevation Official Artist says, great to be here. Haven't been in a while. Greetings from Detroit, Michigan. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we see Conscious Power says, is there any way to make a muted event more transparent? I hate the white color. All right, so when we have a muted event here, I'm not sure if it's adjustable. We'll take a look. All right, so you see when I click on it here, if it's selected, we see that. Let's see if there's any of the settings for muted events. Yeah, I don't think that it's adjustable. So we can do background cycle, inside active cycle, reverse cycle. Yeah, I don't think it's adjustable. So, sorry about that. All right, you see Tim Weinheimer giving a quick NAM report. Some cool stuff he saw. All right, you see Capped Energy music on. All right, wonderful to see Gareth on from Bilbao, Spain. All right, in Capped Energy music, you see 1 gallon of pistachio ice cream. All right, you see some comments and about the new Hot Mess release. Jazz Dude has a great point of not underestimating Groove Agent SE5. It's a beast, and it's actually SE6 now. All right, so Gareth just saying stick drag is a revelation of the day. All right, so we have a question. It says, hello, if I got chord progressions I've drawn in, is there a way to make the MIDI strummed in FL Studio? You can press a key command and it'll strum the MIDI, and I'm just unsure how in Cubase. Okay. All right, so there's a couple of tricks you can do in Cubase to get like really authentic guitar parts and arpeggios. So I think I have one. Okay. So I got a chord track up there. So let's get to our nylon guitar and okay, so we have. So when I look at this particular part here, all right, so we have our guitar chords that are laid out just as block chords. On this one, so if I wanted to come over here, we have a MIDI insert on, and I have just an Apache SX, so say we go. Okay, so one of the things that we could do if you wanted to just do like a quick strumming type thing is if we select, you'll see this little trim tool. So if you want to hold down the Alt or Option key, you could just choose to kind of, if you wanted to do stuff like that as well. Now another method that is also handy is just, you could utilize like some of the, there's guitar presets that come in like the Apache SX, which you could load as a MIDI insert. So I could just kind of take this. And I could say I just want this to be like eighth notes instead. So when you get to like your factory presets, you can say, okay, let's go to guitar. I'll just put that in a loop real quick. And you could change kind of different rhythmic feels of this if you want. So play around with that, but if you really want to kind of just create kind of like a little kind of strum, hold down, select the trim tool, and just kind of draw, and you could just kind of draw in and stagger the attacks if you need to. Okay. Tim Weinheimer's like in the Hot Mess Bandcamp page. All right, Ezru1 asks how to auto-colorize the tracks either at the beginning of a new project or after finishing the project. Okay, so if we are kind of starting a new project, I'll just come here, we'll create empty. Okay, so there's a preference. So if we go to your preferences or settings and we go to under user interface, track and mix console, what I usually use is this will be kind of set to default. I usually choose previous track color +1. So now when I come over and I add a number of audio tracks, their colors will be staggered. So we can just come right over here, and now the colors could be staggered based upon your project color setup. So I have 128 colors there, and now each of the colors will just be staggered across. You could increment colors, or if you wanted to change existing colors, if you just grab the color tool here, we could just say, okay, I want these all to be this color or whatever color you want. And there's project logical editors where you could use the project logical editor to colorize events as well. So you could, you know, take the so if I wanted to come here, let's say, okay, let's take this particular track, I want to select it. So we'll say, let's take the container type equals a track. We want to set color, and we could increment. So you could also just kind of use the project logical editor to do that. But the quick way, as you're starting a project, just to utilize the preference, track and mix console channel colors, and you'll see the auto track channel color mode. And I usually use use previous track plus 1, and that will automatically increment the track colors. All right, so we see from Gareth, it says feature request for Groove Agent 6 ability for round robins and multi-layer velocity on the same pad. Yeah, so I think it's currently one or the other, but how do you want it to change? Do you want it to be, so if we come over here, for those that aren't familiar with this, we'll come here to Groove Agent. All right, so if we have multiple, just load up a kit with multiple. All right, so when we go to, I guess let's just show it in. Let me just load up. All right, so say we have multiple samples here. We could choose for that to do a round robin. And I guess that you might be able to copy the pad. So let's say if I come here, let's cut this pad. Let me cut that pad. I'm going to copy this pad and paste it in here. So we could have this be velocities and this be round robin. We could assign them to the same MIDI note, or you could have two separate MIDI notes. But think about, if you could let me know how you envision it switching and knowing it when to do round robin and when to do like velocity on the same pad, what criteria you'd want. I'm happy to pass it on. All right. Tim Weinheimer's received 1 gallon of Neapolitan ice cream from Michael Teams. All right, so Daja 2946 just says, I had no idea about those triangles in VariAudio. So Beverly Beatty just says, thanks, Greg Brill. Yeah, you can do great stuff with, it's very well thought out. All right, Daja 2946, kind words saying, for me, this is the most useful channel on the internet. Thank you for the kind words. That'll go. I'll copy that for my monthly report. All right, Papavol asks, whenever I open the key editor, I always see the controller panels at the bottom. Is it possible to have them shut on opening the key editor as a default? All right, so let's come over, let's take a look. All right, so All right, so let's see if we could save this. I'm going to add a preset. And let's say no controller. Okay, I will now add another. All right, so we could save that as a preset. Let's see if we could organize presets. Let me see if I save it as default. If that changes the behavior. Yeah, it looks like it may show the velocity. Try a different event. All right. So I kind of removed that checkbox. Let me add another MIDI track here. Create a new event. We'll double click. Yeah, so it may kind of show with the velocity. You could recall this with a MIDI keyboard shortcut, or just simply uncheck the function there. I'll see if I could play around with it some more for Friday's live stream. But you could, easily just kind of click here, and if you just go to, you could call up a preset, but you could do that from a keyboard shortcut or save it within the template, I believe, or also from the MIDI remote and trigger that. See, Brian Sawyer says, wow, I was having club Cubase withdrawals. Thanks. Hi, everybody from Yuma, Arizona. All right. Michael Teams has granted Brian 1 gallon of cinnamon chocolate ice cream. All right, we see Recyclop 4058 says hello from Finland. It's been a while. Great to see you back. All right, we have Ayesh67 just saying hi to all. All right, sounds like Matt says, I keep missing these. Glad to finally catch one live again. Hi all. Yes, it's usually, I had 2 weeks out because of NAMM show and travels, and I had to speak at Ohio Music Educators Conference last Friday, but should be good for this month. Next Tuesdays may be a little short, because I have to pick up my son from school. My wife's out of town. Alex Van, is there no global MIDI map button for easy mapping parameters to knobs, buttons? If not, I humbly request this feature. So that's really what the MIDI remote does. So once you have a MIDI remote control, for any parameter, basically. So if I want to come over here and turn on a parameter in, the plugin, I could, or a function. So say if I want to turn on, I'll just open up the channel here. So, and this would be global, and you could have different mapping pages. But let's say if I open up this channel and I want to turn on the pre, section here. So you could right click and say MIDI remote mapping, hit a button on your controller, and apply mapping. So now when I come over here, that button is automatically applied to that controller. So look in the MIDI remote. So once you configure a MIDI remote, you can, just any function. So I want to turn on the listen mode on this channel with the button. Again, right click on the parameter, and then you could just kind of set. And there's also a whole MIDI mapping section here where you could map every single function or everything on the selected track. So I want to come over here and let's go to our selected track, and if we wanted to turn on record enable master max, you want to go to your sends to turn on. I want this button to turn on send 1. I could just come right over there, and then on the selected track, every track that I go to, that would turn on send 1. So use the MIDI remote, and then you could use that to global MIDI map any function in Cubase just about. All right, Constantino Official says, hey, any news on Nuendo 15? So generally, it's in the works. So it generally comes several months after the Cubase equivalent, because it's going to incorporate all the Cubase features plus more. But nothing in generally. Steinberg doesn't pre-announce. We don't like to do the tease thing. In 6 months you'll get this. So generally when the program is ready, it's going to be delivered. So I would say it's coming soon. It's being worked on. So. All right. All right, Alex Van says, I'm also hunting for a way to have pre-roll only on record and not on playback. All right, so let's see if we could. All right, so if we do all right, so let me clear my throat real quick. All right, so I think that we could use, there's pre-roll and count in. So let's say I'm going to activate my metronome here, and I'm going to activate the count in. So when I hit play, so let's say I start right here at measure 40, I hit play, and then we could immediately have it play right from that point. Now when I hit record, all right, and I think what we want to do is, if we go here to our metronome setup, that we could activate count in. So I have 1 bar. So now when I hit record, let's see if I activate. I may have to just. Okay, so we have our count in, so I'm going to activate that. So let's say I go back here, and now when I hit record, I get my 4 beats before it starts recording. So activate the count in, and then when I go to play, it just immediately plays. But where I stop, so say I stop at measure 41 with count in, and I have it may default to 2 bars, but now when I hit record, it'll give you your 1 measure count in. So pre-roll will, when you hit play, will roll back 1 measure and start playing from there. And if you have a punch in enabled, you can do that, but just simply activate the count in. And if you go to your transport menu to your metronome setup, you could set how many bars for your count in directly there. All right, Recyclop has a question. It says, I found a great Hallian instrument, but it's a split instrument and my melody goes around both split sections. How can I change this, or can I? So I'm not sure which instrument it is, but most Hallian, let me just open up a Hallian instance here. And be very similar for Hallian Sonic as well, so I'm not sure. Okay, so let's... All right, so let's say we have, let's say we have these two sounds layered on the same MIDI channel. All right, so if you go to MIDI, and here we could see like the range of the particular instruments. So we could say, okay, maybe the range is kind of set up to something like this. So once you go into like the MIDI tab, try to, so now it's only going to play, at a certain range, it'll only play. So there I have a couple notes that overlap. And so I have like 3 notes that overlap. But if we just adjust this, and we could manually adjust here so that we could have the overlapping sections. So it's only one voice, but when I play notes in this particular region, and you could just set the particular MIDI note ranges by typing it in there, and then you should be able to adjust that. So give that a try. Tim Weinheimer says, weather happens. That wasn't fun. Like outside of the airport in minus 17 Celsius or 2 degrees Fahrenheit, trying to get a hotel at 1 in the morning in Indianapolis. So. Okay, sorry, my chat field jumped. All right, we see Secret Studios says, welcome back, Greg. Looking forward to Zoom next at the end of February. Yeah, sorry you missed our Zoom. So looking forward to that. It was a really great, fascinating Zoom social meetup that we had on at the end of the year in December. All right, Jack Borno Officials just says, any updates on the Greg Stream Deck setup? So I mentioned it just maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago. So I should be presenting it to some of the development team at Steinberg for them to look at and evaluate. All right. Ayesh67 says, hi, Greg. Why when I exit a project and back again, most tracks will be automatically muted? I still have confusion with Cubase mute solo way. So check just to make sure. One is, you could globally, if you have a bunch of tracks that are muted, check to make sure that you're not, you could globally clear the mutes before. So let's say if I come here and I have maybe a track, let's say I have some tracks that are soloed as well. So check the global status here. So let's say if I do a new project and we do an empty project and I add tracks, you can still see that it's soloed. Like these are kind of global. So if I add a few tracks. We can see that some of the tracks are soloed. So check just kind of this global to make sure that you have these turned off before kind of going to another project. Okay, we see Michael Team says, thanks, Greg. I can make it work. Great to see Space Baby on. All right, we see JVI joining. Great to see you on. All right, Rob Schmedeke just asked, hello, Greg, Pro 15 has the WaveLab extension available as an option now. How is that used with WaveLab, and how do you have to have WaveLab project open or start it to use it? So you don't have to. The concept with an ARA extension is that basically we could go into another editing environment. So let's say I have an audio file here. Let me just find something. All right, so when I go to like my track extension here, so when I double click now, it's going to go directly into my sample editor. So let's say, so we double click, we're in the sample editor. But now when I have the event selected, we'll say, okay, now I'm going to have a WaveLab extension. So when I double click on a file, it's going to just simply load that particular track into WaveLab where we could do editing. So you don't have to open up WaveLab separately. You can just kind of come right over here and double click and have access to WaveLab. So you could do like editing in WaveLab, and that's automatically sends the edits directly back and forth from WaveLab to Cubase, Cubase to WaveLab, etc. So you don't have to open up a WaveLab project. You don't have to start WaveLab. It'll actually kind of start as an ARA extension from within Cubase itself. And the same with spectral layers. So if we just double click here, we can now see the audio in spectral layers or other ARA extensions. All right, so we see Jazzu says Ludwig Göransson, Cubase user, won Grammy Award for Best Score Soundtrack for Visual Media for his work on Sinners at the Grammy Awards. Yeah, so we had lots of winners. Jean-Marie Horvath, who's on the live stream a lot. I think he won 3 Grammys for Best R&B product. We had tons of nominees as well. Michael Romanowski, who's on the live streams here a lot, won his 6th Grammy for Immersive. So you see him come in under Coast Mastering. So yeah, lots of great Grammy success at the show. And I think Gary Pachoza, who did work with Billy Strings, I think he was involved with his new album that won for Best Bluegrass Album as well. So now Alex just asked me if I'm an Alexa simulation, Greg. Watch your back. Mute it now. So. All right, great to see Soren checking in from Sweden. Hope you're well, buddy. So we see Open Bazaar says, hello, is it possible to use the audio loop as pattern in chord pads? The audio loop is, if you wanted to trigger it with the chord pad. So let's say if I have, just find something that's, Okay, so let's come over here and I could just say, okay, I want to create a sampler track from that. So I right click. So if I wanted to trigger the audio with the chord pads, I could just load the audio file into a sampler track. And then if I go to chord pads, so, and if you have audio files that you want to trigger, you could always use, like the built-in drum machine. So if I go to the drum machine here, we can say, let's add a drum track. And I could just come right over here. So, and at this point we could, have that mapped, or we could also just do it inside a Groove agent where we could use it as like an additional sampler. So say Groove Agent SE, that's included. So I want to take that guitar apart. All right, and then I could go to the pitch tab here and say, okay, we want to set a key range. So now if I wanted to just play the different chords here. And we could also choose to make this, put it on warp as well, so that each of these will be the same length regardless of the pitch. So you could do stuff like that. But generally, the chord pads are intended to trigger MIDI, but you could take the audio into a sampler track, into Groove Agent SE, and then trigger it as MIDI. All right, so Philip Goff asks, I'm trying to duck multiple vocal tracks. I have a mono delay effects end, ping pong delay effects end, and stereo delay effects end. Do I need to group all of the vocal channels to get it to work? Then add a compressor, then sidechain one of the tracks. So yeah, if you have multiple tracks like that and you wanted to sidechain, I would, just come over. So let's say we're going to add 4 audio tracks. Okay. All right, so let's say I want to come over here. Let's add some effects tracks. All right, so let's say a mono delay. And let's say ping pong delay. So stereo delay. All right, and let me just check this out real quick. All right, the last one, we're going to do just a stereo delay. Okay, so let's say we have our delays. So if you want on each of the effects tracks, you can, so when you come over, so let's say to each of the effects tracks, we're going to have so at this point we would just, underneath, we could just say, okay, we want to do a compressor. So let's say, okay, we'll just do the standard compressor, and then For each of the effects tracks, you could put a compressor afterwards and just simply sidechain that from like the lead vocal if you wanted to, or whatever source. So just put a compressor or gate after the delay effect, and then you could use that for sidechaining. All right, we see Tiago joining from Brazil. Thanks for joining us today. Okay, Brian is asking a question for us non-keyboardists. I know there's a way to lock the keyboard controller into a particular key so that you can't play a wrong note. Can you cover that again for us? Okay, so let's say, and we would do this in the scale assistant. So let's say if I go to like a MIDI event here, we're in our key editor. Okay, so once we're in the key editor, we can just come right over here to the scale assistant, and we can see snap live input. So once I have this enabled, we could set our key here. So let's say I want it to be D major or D Arabian scale, Balinese scale, so all sorts of different scales. You could also set up your own custom scale if you wanted to. So if you wanted to add a scale, but now once we go to the scale assistant in the key editor, you can just simply say snap live input, and that could either use the editor scale, or if you have the scale from a chord track, you could use that as well. All right, great to see Matt Elston on. Tiago's received 1 gallon of pumpkin spice ice cream. Jazz Dude sharing links to colored templates in the Discord. All right, Joe6969 says, hi, is there any way to group tracks in the mixer in a folder so they could be collapsed for better organization? All right, so let's say I want to add a number of tracks here. So let me just add some more tracks. So what you could do if they're in folders on the project window. So let's say I want to select these particular tracks, and we'll do, let's say, the first 5. I'll come here and we'll move these to a new folder. Okay. And I want to take these tracks here and move these to a folder. So if I have these folders organized, which most people will already, and we go into our mix console, we can now just say, okay, I could have the folders, and if I hold down the shift key and just click to the left, I could say, okay, I only want to see only that folder, or I could say, let's hide that particular folder as well. So as we come over here, I'll extend this over. So say, okay, I want this folder visible. So we could now just activate and just place the check mark next to the folder, and that will automatically show and hide different tracks that are assigned in folders for you in the mix console as well. And if you want to see everything, you could just kind of come over here, swipe, and say, oh, I didn't want to see audio 7 through 13. So I would just come here, and now all those tracks are hidden from the folder. Now they're all visible in the project. So, all right, Matt Elston's received 1 gallon of peppermint chocolate ice cream. All right, Steve Green asks, hi Greg, what does the audio alignment panel do? So when we have audio that's perhaps like off a little bit rhythmically, the audio alignment is really good for being able to fix those types of scenarios. So often people run into the need, when doing background vocals, and background vocals are maybe not quite as tight as we would like. So let's say if we're over here and we listen to this particular section here, and we can see just rhythmically that these background vocals So if we wanted to tighten those up, what I could do is we go to our alignment panel. I'm going to select one track as kind of like, I want everything to copy this. I'm going to select multiple tracks here as my targets. So I want the targets to align with my reference track. So I'm going to just, and you could match the words or match, I usually just check both of these, and then I'll say align audio. And now when we play that, we can see visually that those different audio segments are lined up tighter rhythmically. So when you have stuff that's kind of out rhythmically, what you could do is just come over and, align the tracks to another track rhythmically. It's also really helpful if you have like maybe multi-mic'd guitar amps or multi-mic'd acoustic guitar where the parts are a little bit out of phase because the mics are at different distances and they're kind of, the frequencies are canceling each other out because of like phase or polarity and phase relationships. You can just now come right over here and just align those tracks so that multiple audio tracks can be aligned rhythmically. All right, Liquid Blue Band asks, can you take me through VST Connect to get the full version Pro? For me, my friend, been trying to connect, but no luck. There's not much info in the Cubase page form. Would a firewall stop a connection? So firewall can do it, but you also want to make sure, one, that you're also both on, that neither of you is, a Wi-Fi network is a big variable because a Wi-Fi can, be simply constantly going back and forth and changing its speeds. So if you have a wired connection, that's always good. So when you get Cubase, you're going to have VST Connect SE. So when I come over here, we're just going to create a VST Connect SE. All right. We may get a little message. Now, some of the sources, some of the ways to log in. So the user would download a copy of a program called VST Connect Performer. So it's available for Mac, PC. I think it's free for Mac or PC. For iOS, it may be $4.99. I could be mistaken. So here you're going to give a name. You'll click on this little share icon. And this would be a code. So it used to be in previous versions that you could search for someone with a My Steinberg account. But for data privacy reasons, now we just deal with the code. So the person would enter this code in the performer software, so the person that you are recording. And then once you have that done, we can see it's going to add a performer track. This is where that person is going to be recording. And if we open up our VST Connect, we'll say, okay, we'll come here to the window, and what you want to do is to come over, and you can see the settings. So you can see their audio interface. I'm not connected with another computer currently, but you could now come over and adjust their inputs and outputs. And the concept is and this is going to be utilizing the control room. So if you go to your Q mix here, so this is going to load the VST Connect plugin on it automatically when you do the create VST Connect. And, an easy way to do it is just to take this Q mix and just say, okay, I want to send the mix from this Q mix. And all the projects in the session get sent over to the performer. The performer hears all the tracks. When you hit, play or record, it may take half a second or so because the information is going to be sent over to the person that's running the performer software. And I'll just open up the performer software here so you can see it. So the person hears everything kind of in sync with their particular setup. And you could see them over a webcam. So once you do this, we could say, okay, the person would type in the code here. So let's come back over to my VST Connect. So they would basically see that code. They would type it into the VST Connect performer. You do the audio. So when you hit record, all of the audio through the control room, if you set this to mix, will be sent out so the performer hears it. They record, and then that recording, all the timing and latency is compensated for, but as they record, it's then going to track directly into your Cubase project when that person is remote. So the person on the other end would use the VST Connect Performer software that's captured with the VST Connect inside of your Cubase. All right. See, Michael Teams has granted my family and I 1 gallon of lemon drop ice cream. Sounds good. Use it for my throat. All right, wonderful to see Kerwin Young on. He's on break between classes right now, so great to see you on. My best to you. Everyone could Google Kerwin. All right, so we see from Steve Green, just says, how do I convert a mono audio vent into a stereo so I can add modulation, tremolo to vocal? Thanks. Okay, so we don't necessarily have to convert the event, but I think what we could do in this case is we'll take kind of a mono file here, and when we have a mono file, generally by default, when you have a mono file, it could be on a mono track. So when we come here to my vocal, we'll say, okay, this will be, and I'll just take off the reverb here. So say, so if I put a reverb on, what I could do is just come right over here. I'm going to go to an insert, right? So let's say if I go over and I want to put a nice reverb on, we'll say, okay, let's put on a reverence, and we'll put on, let's say, plate. Now this is a mono track, so the reverb is in mono. So if I wanted this insert to be in stereo, because the effect is in stereo, such as a tremolo, which we'll show in just a second, what I'd want to do is we can see that this mono track, and we see this indication with one circle here. So as we listen to the vocal, now I will turn this into a stereo track. So now we're hearing the effect in stereo. So let's say now it's a mono track, so I don't have to actually convert the file, but I'm playing the mono file on a stereo track. So let's come over to like tremolo here. And we'll adjust our rate down. And now you can hear that tremolo going back and forth between the left and right speaker without having to convert the file to stereo. So if I make this mono track, that if I brought that tremolo is only in mono, and I click here to make it stereo, then it's just going back and forth in stereo. So let me know if that works for you, Steve. All right, Beverly Beatty asks, great question about the arranger. I have multiple pieces to a song and not sure which order sounds the best, order of segments. Could you go over this, please? All right. So when using a arranger track, and the beauty of the arranger track is that you could try out all sorts of different ideas and make that work for you. So let's see if this is the right project. Okay, so, if you're not familiar with like the arranger track, so it's another track that can be added. So we can add an arranger track, and what we can do is we have our song, we could lay out we could define the different portions of our song. So let's say this will be the guitar solo. Let's say this will be a pre-chorus. And this will be a bridge. Now we can, as we add these, they'll kind of show up and we have these available parts. And if we hold down the Alt or Option key and click, I could just say bridge, and we could give these a label. So Option or Alt key, so let's say, pre-solo, whatever you want to name the particular parts. So again, Alt or Option, give it a name. All right, now when we come over here, so we can define all of our parts. Now the concept is we have a song, and we have lots of, people that do jingles, different advertising, music for media, and it's very common to, and we probably see the same commercial that lasts for 5 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, or 2 minutes. So if it's online, you may get 5 seconds before you watch the YouTube video. If it's on, or if, you're monetizing more, you may get 15 seconds or 30 seconds. So we want to be able to kind of take our music and have it fit into different time realms. So we could just come over here and say, okay, we want to create a new chain. So I could say, okay, I want to do my intro. I want to get straight to the chorus. And then I want to do a 1-bar chorus, and then we'll do a 1-beat chorus multiple times. And then let's go to verse 1. So now I have this, and we could have multiple different arrangements. I could have a 15-second, a 5-second, 30-second. I could have an extended dance remix. I could have, like in the old days, they would have different arrangements to get played on AM radio versus FM radio, which would be more lenient with time. So when I activate the arranger track here, instead of playing straight linearly through, like from beginning to middle to end, it will jump around based upon these different sections. So now, and it goes there. So it went straight from one introduction. Then it's going to do 1 bar of the chorus. Now you may try a completely different idea. So you can say, okay, I want to duplicate this chain, but I want this to come, after the 4 beats chorus. So let's see what this sounds like instead. So we'll come here. Then it's going to do the 1 beat followed by the 1 bar. So you could just try out different arrangement ideas without having to manually copy all of the events around. And these could be triggered by MIDI. They could be triggered by the MIDI remote. And when we go to export a song, we could just say, okay, we do our audio mix down. We could say we want it to follow the arranger chain of our play order too, and that will automatically export the song with this particular arrangement. So I could do a batch export and have different renderings of multiple arrangements to fit different times if needed. So, but however you want to utilize the arrangement, but it allows you to kind of experiment freely without consequence of different arrangement ideas that you may not approach if you were manually copying the parts around. So you could kind of, just try something completely off the wall, different, and see how it works for you. All right, so we see Open Bazaar says how to align vocals. So we did that already just a couple minutes ago. I realized that it wasn't covered the time you asked that, but if you need me to do it again, let me know. All right, my chat field jumped on me. Let me find my spot. Okay. All right, so we see from Sound Design Music Producer says I work in game audio, and I wonder if there's a way to swap selected items between each other. So let me know if you want, there's kind of, so let's say if I wanted to take, let me just colorize this differently. Okay, so if we are in our grid mode of shuffle, like if I just kind of drag this to the start, we'll see that the red part will automatically switch with the green part. So if I drag this yellow part over to the end, that will automatically swap when in shuffle mode. If we have like an audio file, so if you're in shuffle mode again, you could just kind of take this and say, okay, I want to now just kind of swap the place of those two events. Another thing that you could do is if we have if we want to replace the sound, and this could also be swapping. If we come over here, so say, okay, I have like this file is being used multiple times. And let's say it's a sound effect, and this is like, okay, maybe I need to switch like the particular footstep or the engine sound. So every time this engine sound came in, it's the wrong one. So here what we could do, I think I have some like game sound effects. Yeah, so let's say if I'm kind of at the end here, to it out of the project here. All right, let me take off shuffle, sorry. Okay, so let's say if I have like this sound effect or this sample or like, a footstep, a Foley, and I need to replace every single instance of it. If I drag over a file and I hold down the shift key and I drag it on top, it'll ask, do you want to modify all events that refer to that? So if I say all, that will automatically replace the sound, like the sound that we want to change every time that's being used. Hold down shift and drag over, and it will replace all of the events where that file is being used. So we watch it now. That sample, that sound will automatically be replaced. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, so we see any update on OmniVocal. Is this going to be moving from beta to a full release? I remember you saying you might have more information after NAMM. So I think, we see an update already to, with the 15.01 of OmniVocal. There's an update in there. So I think if it moves to full release, there may be, and I think we may see some additional voices. If I could speculate, we may see some additional performers and vocalists being introduced, and maybe in the future there's kind of a whole platform for different vocalists, maybe to be sold separately. Would be my kind of guess with that. So I think the functionality that we get in OmniVocal is pretty stellar. But I think we'll see more and more of it coming, and it's kind of the first generation. So, just because it says the word beta on it, it, may not actually, it doesn't mean that it's not ready for use currently, but it may be kind of not as fully implemented as what we'll see coming. All right. We have a question. Hello, in Cubase 15, we open a rack instrument. When we open a rack instrument, it creates a track but doesn't select it. You have to click on the track. How can we make this process automatic again like it used to be? Thank you. All right. So it's only, one thing that you can do is if you come over here to, let's say, your VST instruments, so it works a little differently, and I brought this to their attention, but if I just want to open up, let's say, an instance of Retrolog, if I just drop it right in, we can see that that will automatically kind of just add. So it's not selected here, but let's see. I thought that you could just drag it into. So when you just drag it into the project itself, so let's say I grab this instance of Retrolog, I could drop it in the project, and then that Retrolog is automatically selected. So you don't. It's when we kind of drag it over to the track that it's not selected. But again, just dragging the plugin to the project window will automatically add it to the bottom and automatically select it for you there. All right, so you see sound design music producer. Any plans for exporting export queue limit? It'd be great if it had dedicated window. I often work with hundreds of files in that window, and the export audio mix down is a pain to work with. So a lot of times, one of the things, if you're doing like game sound design, and let's say we had, like this example, and we had, so I'm not sure if you're working like completely, there's obviously lots of people in game that will work kind of non-linear audio. So one of the things that you can do if it's just like you've done editing, I'm not sure if you're doing like a multi-export, but if we have like, all these files here and we had to duplicate it several times. So let's say we have like, and this will be kind of typical for a lot of game stuff, but we could also just do the export, and you could choose selected events. And at that point, if you're not mixing like a bunch of things, if you've done editing and a lot of stuff like that, we could just simply do the exported events here. But if it's going to be like if you're mixing like multiple sources down together, you could also consider doing, selecting, like let's say if I come over here, if you're dealing with large numbers of files, let's say if I duplicate this and we moved all these over slightly, and if we had multiple events here, one of the things that you could also do is choose to, render in place. And if we had the multiple tracks selected, you could choose to mix down to one audio file And that way we could, if you have multiple tracks that are overlapping, they could all be mixed down to one audio file as well. So see if those would work for you. I know it works for a lot for different gaming audio clients I've worked with. All right. So we see from B-flat music files, I want Cubase update offer price. So I think in the US it's $99, so it's been the same update. So I'm not sure if you're looking for a sale or, but that's the price it's been since it's resolved. Or it's the price it's been since it's released. All right, so we see Steve Green says, "Hi, one last question. I have a track that ends abruptly. How do I stop a delay effect at the exact same time so no effect lingers after the track has ended?" So if you had, if it's a vocal and then you want everything to stop, what I would do is just to go to like the go to like the effect send. So let's say if we want to just come over here, if you need it to be like a hard cutoff and you don't want the delays to linger on, let's see if I come over here to my effect send, I would select that particular track. So let's say it's going to be like in our effects channels. And what I would do is just simply come right over here and you say, okay, the song ends right here. I just want to, draw a mute on the delay. And so it's automated and the delay return channel will just mute at that specific time and won't kind of be cascading on. All right, so we see Recyclop. I think this is clarification from the previous question. It says, thanks, Greg. The Hallian instrument is cello in concert. And it doesn't seem to have two channels under MIDI tab, but one. For some reason, it jumps to a higher octave from C3 to B2. All right, so let me just open that up. See if I have that preset. Okay, so let's say if I move my phone out of the way here, clear off my MIDI keyboard. Okay, so when I come here, okay, so let's see if we come over, let's take a look at this particular patch in the studio strings. All right. Okay, so. All right, so as we play up the keyboard here, it's going to switch to kind of like a solo cello. And this will be like a section. So one octave is going to be solo and one is going to be like a section between them. So let's see if we could. Let's just see if there's... So it's going to be like if I play this octave, and if I go down 2 octaves. So, sorry, I just had a bunch of papers fall off on my desk. Right. All right. So I think it's, you know, what it's doing. And let's see if we could control that. All right, so. But I think it's to give you kind of both voices so you could switch back and forth. Right, so, and we can see that one of them will have the polyphony of 16 voices, and this will be just kind of solo. So it's only playing one voice, even when playing chords. But let's see if we go into... Yeah, so maybe, I think it's probably how that particular patch is set up so that you have access to both the solo voice and a section voice. I think that's kind of the intention of that particular patch. So, and often people will layer a solo instrument with a section instrument to give it a little more character. So I think that's the intention, that it's still the range of the instrument. So that way you could have kind of both voices within one particular patch. So, all right, sound design music producer says, can you add multiple samples in those drum pads and play them randomly? All right, so let's come over here to our groove agent. So yes. So let's come over. All right, so let's say, and we have up to 32 samples per pad. So I'm going to come over here. Just going to put all of those. So now what I would do is select the pad. We go to your mode, your playback mode, and we could just say random. You could also say random exclusive, which would not repeat any particular notes. So now as I play this, so it will just kind of, probably I'll just do some other ones here. Let me just see if I could select multiple. So I'll drag those to one pad. And whatever I do, so I'll just come over here and say random. So yeah, you could just have the notes randomly play, just like that, from samples are dropped in. All right, wonderful to see Balsa checking in from Montenegro. Okay, and Balsa asks, if I have a send reverb effect on a vocal track and that vocal track is sent to a Vox bus group, is it a practice to also send a reverb's output to that Vox bus group instead of stereo out? Either way will still work. it used to be that people tended to use. All right, so we'll go ahead and get this set up just quickly here. So let's say.
I feel the
All right, so let's say I have my send. I'll add an effects channel to this. So say I'll just add a studio delay. We'll make it quarter note delay. All right, so now. All right, so if I come over here, we would say, let's add this to a particular group track. Okay, so now now I could take the delay here, so that the delay is now going straight out to the main outputs. But we could also just take the delay and choose for it to go out of, the particular group if we wanted it to. So in the pre-Cubase 12, a lot of people would send the delays to the group, because when they did exporting, especially composers, if they shared the same reverb across multiple buses, in earlier versions of Cubase, if you had, let's say, the strings and the percussion utilizing the same reverb, when you exported and the effect was going out to the main stereo out, when you exported the strings, you would hear the reverb parts of the drums and percussion. So with version 12, they stopped that, so it's only going to be fed directly. The reverb sources are only going to be applied to the tracks that you're exporting. So either way is perfectly fine. There's no consequences to either, to doing it, where you're not going to be, if you rendered the vocals, you're not going to hear the reverb on a keyboards or snare drum that's rendered with it. And that's how it used to be in earlier versions of Cubase. All right. Okay, so we see from Roland stuff. Hi, Greg. I feel stupid for asking, but I can't find the gain control in the mixing console. I thought it was the default option setting above the faders. It's not selectable in the layout setup. So I think it's going to be in the pre section. So let me add some more audio tracks here, because it actually comes kind of pre-gain. All right, so when we come over here, you'll see the pre, and then right here is where you have the gain control. So, when we go to the channel EQ, we often see it at the channel EQ area. And it's just kind of a convenient place to have the high cut, low cut filters plus the gain and polarity inversion. But in the mix console, it kind of follows the signal flow from, basically from the inputs and outputs to routing to the pre-section. This is where you have your high cut, low cut, your phase, and your gain is just set right here. So again, you could add 48 or cut 48 dB of gain directly there. So just look for it in the pre-section. If you don't see the pre-section, right click, you'll see the setup sections, and make sure that you have pre enabled there. And you could also see it on the channel strip in the same area right there. So you'll see the gain. All right. All right, so we see from sample it says can you tell how to stretch your audio waves in Cubase to make it more faster or slower without tweaking the pitch in settings? All right, so there's a couple of ways to approach this. So let's say if I want to go to revert this. All right, so there's like stretching that can happen in real time using like the elastic algorithm. All right, so let's say if I have this particular project, so one of the things we can do is I'm just going to look, we have what we call the audio pool, and I'm going to make sure that all of my files here, we can see what our actual tempo is of our file. And then we also have what we call musical mode. So what I could do now is, let's say my song is playing at like 100 beats a minute. So now, without having to do any editing, I could just type in and say, okay, I want this to be 120 beats a minute. And this just plays in real time, stretched. I want it to be 144. I want it to be 88 beats a minute. 108. Or I wanted to add a tempo track and have it do retard. So I'll come right over here. Let's add a tempo track. And I can say, okay, at this point, now I want it, we'll enable our tempo track. And I want this to do like a ramp. So we go like extra slow. So make this larger. So we don't really have to do any particular time stretching. We could just change the tempo and all the events will change in real time. Let's see it start to slow down. Now, if you wanted to do just normal, like physical time stretching, like I want this to fit into that amount of space, we could go to our object selection tool, and there's 3 modes. One of them would be sizing applies time stretch. So now I can say I want that file to fit into that amount of space, and it will automatically time stretch it, or I can make it smaller and not affect the pitch just that easily. So, and you could switch between the different modes by hitting 1 on your numeric or on your QWERTY keyboard, and you could switch to sizing modes as well right there. All right, so I see just some comments from DaVinci Girl. Maybe one didn't make it. I see maybe Greg have an idea. And then I see from Daniela says, I do not wish to use Groove Agent. So let me know what you want to do, Daniela. I know it's about 45 minutes behind trying to catch up. All right, so we have a question from Sarfim 2548. I forgot how to add one reverb to multiple tracks. Can you please quickly refresh my memory? So if you want to add reverb to all of the drum tracks, I could select the drum tracks here. So I'm just going to select the top drum track, select the bottom drum track, right click, and we'll say add track. So right click in the track area, and we'll say let's add a effect track to the selected track. So let's say I want to put a reverb on. I'll just come right here, select the reverb. And now as we play, Now all of our drums have reverb that we can control through our sends. So I go to my send level for each track that I select. So let's say, okay, I want to go to my kick and I want less reverb on the kick. And I want to add too much reverb on my snare. So now we're at their extreme tempo change. Let me just turn that off. So again, but to add multiple, select all the tracks that you want it to be applied to. You could select the top, hold down the shift key, select the bottom, right click, add track. And then you'll see effect track to selected tracks, and then you could adjust the amount via the send for each track. All right, so we see a question from Leon Gazing, 1692. Says, hey, Greg, when I export the audio mix down, it sounds unbalanced, like some instruments are normal volume, some are low volume. So, you know, check, does it sound unbalanced in the same monitoring environment, or does it sound unbalanced when you go to a different room? So sometimes, you know, when people have different reactions, it could be dealing with the gain structure. You know, so a lot of times, you know, if you're using powered speakers, you know, and if you're using this, like your master fader, as kind of the monitoring level, you know, if this master fader is down, when I go to mix down, because let's say my speakers are loud and I bring my volume level down here of my master fader, we may go, okay, as we look at that, we're actually changing the gain structure of the mix. So if you're using this for your control room volume, for your monitoring volume in your system, you know, use the control room if you have Cubase Pro. So what you want to do is, this is just like the gain structure. So when I play this, this is just a monitoring level. So if I adjust my monitoring level here, we see that the output is going to be greatly reduced or diminished lower, because this is where, so I want kind of a healthy gain structure here, but I could use my control room, and as I make it my control room louder or softer, that doesn't affect the actual gain of the mixer. So this is just like a monitoring stage. So check that. And you know, I often get this, like when people go into their car, or they listen to it somewhere else, or they listen to it on their phone or tablet, that it doesn't sound the same. And that's often, you know, could be because of like how your room is, the treatment of your room. So if you're adding more bass because you have a lot of low-end energy collecting in a corner of your studio, you don't have a bass trap or room treatment, you tend to add more bass, and then you listen to it, it's like, why is the bass so muddy? And it's because you're compensating in your mix for the deficiencies, and the frequencies are lacking in your room. You try to make up for it in your mix, and you take it somewhere else, and then that translation, what you've done to compensate for that, doesn't translate to other environments. So try those things, and if you could let us know, be happy to try to help some more. All right, wonderful to see Graham Witcher on, and Michael Teams is granted him 1 gallon of cordial cherry ice cream. All right, Balsa asks, question in supervisions, VU meter settings, what is the VU dB scale? Not the VU dB full scale, but the one named VU dB. So when we look at, you just revert this, or I'll just mute the reverb. All right, so let's say we go to supervision and under analyzer, so we'll get to our level and we'll look at VU. All right, so this, when we look at, so there's different scales. So we see, okay, this is going to be our VU dB. So generally, a lot of audio equipment may be, you know, what the audio equipment says is 0 is often minus 18 dB. And it's just kind of like a fail-safe mechanism. So when we want to see probably the meters that we actually, so that's actually showing what the levels are with like the minus 18 dB, and that's just kind of a professional standard for gain structure. But what most people expect to see here is the VU dB full scale. So that's the meters that, you know, so often you'll have the audio is calibrated for a lower level, and that's what the VU dB is showing. And the VU dB full scale is kind of showing the full typical resolution that people want to see. So when, you know, people are like, sounds like it's really good levels, but it's not, you know, just come over here and switch to the VU dB full scale. All right. All right, great to see Gerald Ely on the live stream. Says, welcome back, Greg. Hope you didn't get an anthrax. So I was fortunate I didn't. So only got it 1 year. So all right. So Soren's question is, Greg, here's a tricky question. I made a project in Pro. It's possible to tempo change in audio and MIDI and click is synced to the audio. The audio is a tempo parasite, as you used to say. Now I want that in Cubase Artist software, and it works well on 3 machines, but not on the 4th. The 4th test Artist software does get an error message that the project is having an error. What can cause the 4th tested machine? Okay. Okay, so I made a project in Pro. It's possible to tempo change the audio, MIDI, and click is synced to the audio. Audio is tempo parasite, as I say. All right. Then now I want that into Cubase Artist software, and it works well on 3 machines, but not on the 4th. The 4th test Artist software does get error message. The project is having an error. Let me know like what the error message is, Soren. And if you want to email me, you could send that, you know, so if it's not working, you know, if it's not working, it could be that maybe like the events on that particular machine, maybe they're set to like where you copied the actual audio files. Maybe those events are set to read only or don't have permissions. So it kind of sounds maybe like a permissions issue at the OS level. Like it can't actively go in and say, okay, change this file. It's like in a read-only state. But if you want to email me the message, I'd be happy to take a look at it for you, Soren. All right, and Gerald's received 1 gallon of chocolate eclair ice cream. All right, so we see from Danielle, it says that the 3 licenses is a major handicap. The dongle solution was much better and should be renewed again. So I don't think we'll be going back to the USB hardware, USB e-licensors. All right, question from Beverly Beatty, who asks, Greg, could you show us this stuttering effect or cool effects on Vox with a modulator that would be cool with techno-style music? Thanks. Okay. Okay, so let's say I want to come over. All right, we'll just. So here's just some edits that were made. All right, so let's say we want to do like a modulator. Let me just for like stuttering effects. Okay. You know, if I was doing stuttering effects, the one thing I would do is just kind of put on as the insert. Let me just put this in the loop. Like, you may not have to use a modulator. So it might be easier just to kind of come over here to the inserts. And we could say, okay, let's go to, it's under the other category, the loop mash FX. And you could actually have a MIDI track and actually just kind of play that like a MIDI performance. So if you want to do So you could do all sorts of like cool stutter effects like that. If you had to do like a modulator, maybe you could come over and do stuff like maybe a step modulator. And there's usually some good presets for this. Okay, so let's say we want to do that, and so if I had to do with the modulator, I would come over here to the tools, and let's say I want to do volume. And listen to that in context. So you could experiment with like some of the step modulators with driving kind of the volume control as well. So all sorts of cool stuff that you could do. All right, so we see question from Soren. Can artists use Pro resources when Pro is on the computer and artist is loaded? So generally, if the license, you could start your Cubase. I'll show you here with Cubase 14 real quick. So if you hold down the Option key, so if you have Cubase Pro, that could automatically run Artist, Elements, AI, and LE. If you have Artist, you could run Artist in lower versions. So if you have a Pro license, it's going to be working in Pro. Unless you specifically came over here. If I start and I'm going to hold down the Alt or Option key, we should get a prompt. So now I could run my Cubase Pro as an artist level or Cubase Elements. If you don't do this and Pro's installed on a computer, Cubase Pro will automatically load up. Otherwise, Cubase, whatever the highest level of the license is that you have, will be loaded up. So. All right, let's exit out of 14. Okay. All right, so we have from the Liquid Blue Band ask, what does it mean when it says for VST Connect, open the VST Cloud menu? So generally, it's going to be just when you come over here, you have your menus at the top of the program, and then you could come over here, and then that's where you could access, like, to initiate a VST Connect session. Okay, so we see from JS Key 2002, question, is it possible in the project logical editor to add a MIDI track and add a part on that track? Also, what is the purpose of the brackets in the project logical editor? So I'm not sure if we could add an actual event. Let's just give it a shot here real quick. All right, so I guess we'll let's try. So the MIDI logical editor is not going to add an event. All right, but let's see if we can do it with the project logical editor. So let's say we want to add a MIDI track. And I don't know. Yeah, so we could add the track, but I don't think that there's a keyboard shortcut for adding an event. I mean, we could double click anywhere or double click between left and right locators for the particular event. So, but I don't really have, but I don't think that you could do that with just a keyboard shortcut. So I don't think you could do that, but I'll see if I can play around with it some more. All right, so we see from Steve Green says, Greg, I don't have effect sends, just inserts for the event with effects on. If you could show us how to stop the effect delay abruptly without the effect sends, thanks. All right, so let's come over here. Okay, so let's say I have my insert here. So let's say I have a delay. Okay. All right, so as we do this,
I feel the way, feel the
we'll make it. All right, so I'm going to touch this parameter. Let's say if it's bypass, and then I go to my automation, and then really what I want to do now is just come in.
I feel the way.
Let me just come here. So now as we play this,
I feel the way.
so let's say I want that to be earlier, like right there. So now
I feel the way.
and then you could just program. So in Cubase 15, whatever the last touched parameter is, when you go to open the automation lane, at that point that will be the first automation lane that appears. Okay, hang on, I have to check something here. I did just. All right. Okay, so we see from Aladdin Eshkai says previously in Cubase 14, when you wanted to get to MediaBay and see where you were in your samples, you could click on the file browser and automatically go to the last sample you chose. It's not working the same in Cubase 14. All right, let me just. Okay, so say we go to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So we'll go to MediaBay. All right, let me clear. Okay, so previous Cubase 14, when I go to MediaBay and see where you were in your samples, you could click on File Browser and automatically took you to the last sample you chose. So let's just come over here, look for audio files on. Okay, so let's say I have that file. It says you could click on File Browser and automatically get to the last sample you chose. So let's. It's not working the same in Cubase 15. Is it a bug? So let's say. So if I have this. So let's say, so Cubase 14, when you get to MediaBay and see where you were in your samples, you click on the file browser and automatically go to the last sample you chose. Let's see if it's, maybe if I let's say if I click here, I'll open up 14. And so let me see if this is like the last sample chose, or if you're choosing it from the project window, or you're choosing it from MediaBay here. I'll try opening 14 real quick. Okay, so let's say if I drag a sample over, okay, and then we open MediaBay. So I'm not sure if it was selecting. So let's say if I go here to this sample, we go to MediaBay. I don't think it's selected. So maybe I'm misunderstanding. So it's Aladdin Shikai. So if you want to reach out to me, if I email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'd be happy to kind of look. All right, so it looks like we have Gary Gibbons from Online Music Foundry on. Great to see you on. He's like a pad shop and sound design genius. Everyone check out Gary's work. Okay, so you see from Daniela, says, I like without Groove Agent to make a 7/8 beat mix with a 3/4 beat, and it still grooves for funk mixed with orchestra. It was a Cubase video today, but all the grooves was lost with Groove Agent. All right, so we see such tempo mix often happens in classic, but we can find in old Genesis recordings. So I think it's easy. Okay, so you want to do it without Groove Agent, so we'll come over here. And let's do like 3/4, and so you want to do 3/4 and 7/8. So we could just come right over here. Let me just remove this selected track. Let's add a drum track. Since you don't want to use Groove Agent, we'll do a pattern event. Okay, so we will go to the pattern editor here. So let's say I want my kick to be in 3/4. And let's say my snare to be in 3/4. So let's say I'll just do a kind of a classic. All right, and I want, let's say my hi-hat to be in 7/8. And I want my congas to be in 4/4. And let's make this bongo into 5. Now let's make this into 7. So now we could just do kind of polyrhythmic music very easily using the pattern editor and Groove Agent. It's really slick for doing that. And I could say, you know, I want this to not only, I want this to be able to play forward and alternating, play forward and backward for just, so let's say this one, I want to alternate. I want this one to play backward for my hi-hat. So very easy to do polyrhythmic patterns using the pattern editor. So give that a try, Daniela. Okay, sorry, my chat field jumped. All right, so we see from Moodlod, it says, hi again, as you showed when I drag and drop the instrument from the media tab, it opens as a track instrument, not a rack instrument. Is there no way to fix this? Cubase 14 did this. I think when we dragged and dropped instruments, so let's come over here to media. So when we do this, it's going to do it as an instrument. I will open up Cubase 14 again, and we'll take a look, see if the behavior is different. Okay, so we're in 14. So we drag an instrument over. It makes an instrument track. If I drag it into the project, it makes an instrument track. So I think, I don't think when you drag and drop in 14 that it does it as, I think it only does it as instrument tracks. All right. Okay, and we see a question. Question again. Previously in Cubase 14, when you click on an EQ in the top left, the EQs were showing as knobs. You right-clicked on low cut, high cut. It will show you the settings about the filter slope, dB, etc. Okay, so let's go back to 15. Let's take a look at the EQ. Make sure. Okay, 14. You click on the EQ on top left. Okay, so I'm not sure if it's like the EQ here. We just, all right, so let's get to the EQ curve. All right, so let me just come over and let's take a look. All right, let me switch back to 14 and see if that's different. All right, let me come over here. Let's go to the EQ section. All right, so as you click on the EQ in the top, and the EQs are showing as knobs. When you right click, let's see if we... Okay, so there we see the right click for the filter slope. All right, so that's in 14. All right, let me go back to 15. Okay, that's now back to 14. I'll just come here. So here we don't have the filter slope. It's when we're in here that we see the filter slope. All right, so that's 14. Okay, so this is 14 now. So we come over here. Yeah, okay, so I see that change. Okay, I'll mention that to the team. All right, so we come here. Thanks for pointing that out. I'll make sure it gets reported in. Okay. All right, great to see Mark Rabin on from Montana. Everyone give a big woof to Stella. Great to see you on, Mark. Thanks for joining us. Okay, reading through comments here. Okay, so you see Beverly Beatty says, wow, Loop Mash, didn't know it was there. Seems more fun than stutter effects or modulators. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's great. And just set up a MIDI track, route the MIDI out to Loop Mash, and then you're in good shape. See comments about Vernon Reed. I've met him a few times in New York. So. All right, we see from George Geranios, says, I'm having trouble removing tracks from a VCA. Okay, so let's take a look at that. All right, so let's say I have, let me just do some audio tracks here instead. Okay, so I'm going to send these tracks to the VCA fader. Okay. Okay, so when we come over here, let's go like to the lower zone mixer. So right now we have the VCA fader that will, let me just route. And we could also add tracks by linking and then we'll use the VCA channel. All right, I'll just say this link volume. All right, so now I have my VCA. All right, so we can see that we have this link control in the mixer. So once we're in the mix console, then we could just say, I don't want this one. So they're all kind of VCA linked now. So let's say, so I come here, we have the VCA link. I would just kind of, where we see the link control here, we would just choose to unlink the selected channels. So let me just select one particular channel. So I'm going to unlink the selected channel from the VCA link group. And now that will be kind of unlinked right there. So let me just, so again, you could select these particular tracks, add a link group, we'll use VCA, we'll make a new VCA channel. So that's how you can do that. All right. All right. All right, so we see just from Daniela about the polyrhythmic. Says yes, this helps, but to integrate this in 3/4. It says in how and where to set the fills and breaks. Here I struggle. It does not work with stupid drum engine. More natural. All right, so let's see if I still have that project open. Let me just see which. Go ahead, quit. Okay. All right, so let's say if you wanted to do fills, let me see if I. I'll just do a new project here quick. All right, so let's say we add our signature track. And we want this to be in 3/4. All right, so again, just go to the pattern editor. So, you know, once we have you know, all you have to do now at that point is just drag that pattern out, you know, directly to your project, and then you could, you know, choose to just come right over here, edit that particular pattern, fit in 3/4, and then if you want to just do you could duplicate that pattern and just kind of do different variations. So let's say we want to do snare, then kick, kick. So I could now at this point take that and switch to pattern 2 for those and copy this as pattern 1. So you could just kind of copy and place it and do all sorts of different fills and stuff like that. Okay, so we see from Roland stuff. Hi Greg, when dragging chord pads into the project window, what controls the velocity of the individual notes in those chords? It seems a little inconsistent with some chords louder than others. So I think, so let's say if we come over, we will just add quick instrument track. All right, so when I come over, let's say to the chord pads, so I think that there is a setting for like to follow the velocity, so it reacts to the velocity that are just played. So let's say if I just drag the chord events over, right, so when I dragged those chords in, let's look at it in the editor, and we can see that it's going to be kind of all the same velocity values. We'll look at it in the MIDI list editor. So we can see, yeah, so the main velocity here when dragged out are all going to be the same. So I'm not sure if, and I think if you're playing it that in the chord pads that there is a setting for, yeah, and you could change the velocity here. So now if I drag this chord over, those velocities will be higher based on the chord. So just check, like when you're in the chord pads, just kind of check. So you could have it audition at different velocity levels there. Okay, so we see from clarification on the MediaBay, it says want to go back to previous sample, I would go to File, Browser again in the MediaBay to right side and click on the browser on top next to the little home logo. It would go back to the last sample. All right, so let's take a look. All right, so let's say I'm here. To say. Okay, so we see on the right hand side, not the F5 MediaBay, like we select a sample and wanted to go back to the previous sample, I would go to the browser again, the MediaBay on the right side, and click on the browser on top next to the little home logo, and it just go to the last sample. Right, so let's say we just click here and we go back. Right, so let's say if I'm here, I look. Okay, I'm at the MediaBay. Okay, so on the right-hand side, it says you just go to File Browser, select a sample, and when I wanted to go back to the previous sample, I would go to the File Browser, again, in MediaBay on the right side. Okay, so say go to click on the File Browser and top next to the little home logo. Okay, and click on the File Browser, and it would go to the last sample. Okay, let's see if there's. All right, I'll just try this in 14 real quick. Okay, so say I come here with the acoustic guitar. So it seems like it's the same behavior, but I fear I may be misunderstanding. But if you want to email me like screenshots of what you're seeing in 14 versus 15 to clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'd be happy to kind of explore it further. Sorry about that. All right, so we see from Yarn Bahar says, after render in place an instrument, the audio track is grouped and locked. How can I unlock the instrument track? All right, so I don't think it is, but maybe like if you do a freeze. Okay, so let's say I have this, like these files here. All right, so I'll take these first three. Let's go ahead and render in place. Great. All right, so these are still movable. If I chose to freeze those particular events, like if I come over here, click on freeze, then we see the audio event underneath, then it's locked. And you would just need to unfreeze, but rendering in place will just take the audio and just mute the particular instrument tracks. Okay, quick question. Is there a way when dragging event to different tracks to highlight the track horizontally when you're hovering above that specific track? A lot of tracks it's hard to actually see. So let's say we have a number of audio tracks here. So I think as we do this, you see the green line. That indicates exactly, so it doesn't highlight track horizontally, but you see kind of the green line just to the left of the cursor. Then you can see exactly what track that particular event is going to be dropped and placed onto. All right, so we see Steve Leeds just says letters, words, drop-down menus, blurry, hard to read on my screen. Even when viewing full screen, can anyone tell me why and how to fix it? Thanks. So check to see, it could be a combination of your, check, I'm not sure if you're running Mac or Windows. If you're running, Mac or Windows, you want, Mac OS will generally run Retina. If your computer supports Retina display and your display is like a 4K resolution, it'll do that. Sometimes when you're doing application scaling, so you could do application scaling in Cubase where you come over to your application scale. So in 15, it's going to be where we go to our settings and we choose the user interface, and we have default scaling. So there's scaling for the application, but also at the operating system, there could be scaling as well for high DPI. So it could be that, maybe you have to adjust the scaling in your operating system for it to match, to be optimized for the scaling that you're using within the application. And that could all be different depending upon the video display driver that you're using. So try adjusting the scaling in your particular, at the OS level. And we see this a lot in Windows. People are like, oh, I have a 4K screen, and then everything is really small. And then you kind of scale to get it easier to read. So not everything is so small, but then you're scaling at the operating system level, and then you could scale at Cubase, and sometimes those can conflict depending upon the video display driver that you're using. All right, so we just see, okay, so we see from about the dragging ins, like zoom out vertically and high resolution with 120 plus tracks. Okay, so let's give it a shot here. All right, so I come here, I still see the green line. So to me, I could still see the green line pretty easily, the outline right there. To know what track I'm dragging it onto. So. It's a nice comment from Gerald Ely. He says, I love the stream. Someone asks a question, I think, nah, it can't be done. Then Greg says, just go over here, etc. And new thing learned. All right, so you see, we're running out of time. Sorry, I didn't get to user questions today. I know we had some. I will do them early on Friday. Sorry, we had a lot of questions today, getting everyone back. All right, so Graham Witcher says we called those things the revelation of the day when this wonderful live stream started. So. All right, so we see Michael Pierce joining as the button man. Says, thank you, Greg. I'll have a great week. Hopefully catch you on Friday. I'm sure it'll be soup. Made some today, so there must be. So that's good to know. Look forward. I think a lot of climates with snow, everyone is happy to be, having access to some soup. All right, let me just try one other thing with this, and let me just try one other setting to see if we do the enlarge selected track as we drag over. But to me, I don't have great vision by any means. I can still get an idea exactly where the line is visually, but all right. So I know I'm sorry I didn't get to kind of mailed in questions. We will get them on Friday. I know we had like 2 weeks of questions that were kind of we had some sent in, obviously, and a lot of questions on the live stream. We're going to wrap up here in just a minute. We'll see if there's a great quick question at the last minute here. If not, we'll wrap up just a minute earlier. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. I hope everyone's learned a new tip or trick. So just see, it's unusual about the VCA fader. So let me just try again real quick. Just turn this off. All right, so let's come over to Mix Console. All right, so say we have that VCA link there. All right, so if we come over here, so we had the VCA link. All right, so let's say if I want to come here, I'll say included in the link group, link 1, I'll just choose none. And then we'll say yes. Then I still have the other channels, and those 2 channels were removed from the VCA link group. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and wrap up. I want to thank everyone for the great questions. Looking forward to a great month of live streams. Next Tuesdays may be like a 2-hour live stream because my wife is out of town and I have to go pick up my son from school. So just a heads up with that, but we should have normal live streams for all of February. Looking forward to doing the Zoom social meetup for the last live stream in February, and looking forward to seeing everyone then. Thanks for all the great questions, and we'll see everyone back on Friday. Thank you very much. Goodbye.